Okay, so what I'm planning on doing today is basically fix a frustration I've had for a long time, which is making sure that I don't have to manually clean up my League of Legends friend list because it's full right now. And basically what I normally do when my friend list is full is I go through all of the people that are offline and I one by one view the profile, view the match history, and see if they've played in like the last year or so. And then I also ask myself, do I know this person like very well? Like, should I keep this person even though he hasn't played because I know the person very well? I do not know. So what I'm going to be building today is I've been scavenging through the Riot Games League of Legends API, and their API documentation is very good, except for when you want to do anything with your friends. So in the API documentation of Riot Games, there's nothing that is open surrounding friends and the friends of a person. So I was digging further and further until I found XMPP League of Legends, which is basically the way you can connect to the League of Legends chat before they had a mobile like League of Legends app that you could use to, you know, talk to your friends with your phone. I had the idea to create a website where you could actually fill in your credentials and then you could actually connect to the chat. The thing is that I could never get this to work. So I've had this idea for a long time, even before they released the mobile app, but I could never actually get this to work. So I was like, okay, fuck, I'm stuck. Then somebody told me in the Discord, so they have a Riot Games development Discord, which is this, the Riot Games third-party development Discord. And then I asked the question yesterday, if I can find it here. Does anybody know whether the League of Legends chat still has the ability to connect through XMPP, which is the protocol to connect through the chat? It's like old Jabber, basically. Does anybody know Jabber? Jabber is the original XMPP instant messaging service. So Jabber could be used to connect to a variety of chat services, and I think even MSN. You could even connect to MSN. I'm not entirely sure though. Or Jabber by itself was like the messaging thing. I don't know. I'm not boomer enough to know exactly how this works. But anyways, I asked the question and they were like, I am trying to retrieve my own friend list, and so I can write a script to clean up my friend list. Should I use the League Client API or should I use the XMPP one? And they said, just use the League Client API. And so I started Googling LCU, which is the League Client API. And this is basically very undocumented API that is used by the League of Legends client itself to do anything. So any action you take in the client, from like adding a friend to searching friends to recommendations to missions, fetching missions to fetching profiles, fetching match histories, shopping, anything you can do in the client pretty much, saving your settings and whatnot, is all done through this API. And so the API itself is just used by Riot Games, and they didn't really document this. It's just there. It's just there, and you can kind of use it if you find a way. So there is this guy Pupix that made a tool that you can actually see the endpoints, and it's also available online. So these are pretty much, this is the documentation that was missing for the League of Legends chat API. So you can even like connect through voice, and like you can decline people's friend requests, and you can see champion select, and you can pick a champion. So in theory, if somebody wants to make an app that I can be in the bathroom and I can accept my like League of Legends queue pop when I'm like taking a shit, I could do that in theory. Sup, Mr. Jojo? How's it going? Sup, Katie? Sup, Hemi? Sup, Wiggly Nuts? So if you are lazy like me, in theory, you could have an app that connects to the same network, and you could like pop the queue, and then you just join the game, and you could basically do like accept the, or like pick a champion from your application. The thing is though, see, there's like APIs for joining Clash and checking if Clash is available, and like is check-in already allowed, and I don't know, there's a shit ton of stuff you can do with this. Like, look how long this list is. It's insane. I'm tired of needing to shit and then the queue pops while I'm doing it. Exactly, that's what I mean. So you could even close the client, and I've already done that yesterday. So I was playing around with this yesterday with Nigel, and we just like skimmed through how everything works. And I literally closed the client using the API. The thing how this works is basically you open the client and this server is booted up, and then this is exposed through like a local host thing. So you're basically, you spam your own web server on your local machine, and you can only access it through there unless you probably obviously port forward. But who the fuck wants to open up the client for everybody to play around with? That would be crazy. Let's not do that. But if we write some software that we can interact with this, it could be kind of cool. So what we're going to be building today is a way to automate whatever I hated doing every single time my friend list is full, which is exactly right now. So what we're going to be doing is automate the shit out of this, and we're just going through all of the friends, see when their last match was played, and then delete the person if it's been over a certain amount of time. I don't want to automatically delete them because I want to see if there's people there that I remember, or that I know, or that I'm supposed to know, or like, I don't know. There's people that I know for a very long time that just don't play League anymore, but I still want them in my friend list anyways. So we're just going to create a list. We can review the list, and then we can dump them into this delete method, and when it just deletes all my friends that are just inactive, which is great because then I don't have to do that manually. So played around with that yesterday. There's no UI yet. So right now we're just building the Node.js part. I started with Go. I wanted to like learn Go because at the company that I work for, we're planning on building something in Go. What if they play TFT, Runeterra, Valorant? Right now, it doesn't take that into account. So first things first, we're not taking it into account. It's just gonna be League of Legends. My friend list is mostly League of Legends people anyways, so for me, this is working. Later on, we need to check other apps as well. So if I search for LCU and I check the League of Legends page, their documentation is very shit. Let me scroll through it. So this is just normal League of Legends developer documentation, and then you reach a point which is this is still like, this is all documented APIs. And then you get to the fun part, which is the League Client API, and it has two headings. What is the League of Legends Client API? Sure. A whole blog post dedicated to why they needed to update the client and why it's better now than it was before, and why this technology is better than it was. Cool. I scroll down, and then this is the last thing. And it's like, what's next? There's no documentation about this at all. It's just Riot Games and the League of Legends Client API. It's like, all right, if you want to use it, create a new application, tell us why. Tell us why you need this API, so we can like figure out if whatever you could do and whatever we should tell you to do. So I wrote a letter. Let me show you guys. I wrote this beautiful letter. Let's see. Here, I wrote as a personal figure. Oh no, I want to say public figure. That's fine. As a public figure, such as streamers, YouTubers, etc., it can be a pain to track who is active and who isn't in your friend list. Going through your friend list, checking people's profiles just to see if the people are still playing is an experience I want to automate for myself. My goal is to just help myself out, but I've heard some other friends that also want this, blah, 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 blah. Please tell me if I can have access, basically. That's what I did. This is all we have. This is all we have. This is all the documentation we have. So, what the first thing was is like, all the ports that they've shown. So, for example, in this article, right? In this article, they've got an image. So I just went digging, right? Like, there's no information about this whatsoever. So I went digging. So I'm reading through all these like blog posts and posts, and then I come across this. And I'm like, first of all, swagger.riotgames.com does not exist. That doesn't exist. Second of all, this URL does not exist. Because apparently they change the port every time you open the client. So I was like, how the hell did somebody make this work? So this guy created Rift Explorer. And Rift Explorer is basically an app that will open your League client and it will expose you all the endpoints as like documentation. So basically this online documentation that we have here, this, but then like in an app. And I was like, oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. So I tried using it. And then the only thing I needed, which was the chat, because I need my friend list. Every time I opened this app, the friend list would break. And I'll be like, what the fuck? But it worked. The API, it could connect to the API, it could actually make requests, it could fetch some stuff, maybe not the friend list because it didn't work, but the rest of the stuff like my match history and stuff like that, I could perfectly fetch perfectly fine. So I was like, cool, okay, so this tool is doing something that I want to do. So I started digging into the source code. And so I'm seeing like a lot of random shit. So like apparently this tool does something with Discord and it has like a Discord client ID and it connects with Discord. I'm like, why the fuck does this tool need to connect to Discord? But sure, fair enough. I don't care, whatever. So I go through the source code yesterday and I see this like, all right, when Electron boots up, it has a bunch of life cycles. For those of you that want to know what Electron is, Electron is basically, if you know JavaScript, HTML, CSS, you can now make a desktop app. That's basically what it is. It's like a JavaScript Node.js wrapper around anything cross-platform desktop apps. And so if you want to just make a website, but then run it in an actual exe file, this is an easy tool to do it. So that's basically what this is. So this tool is just an exe file which opens a website. So I was like, okay, cool. So the did finish load runs, and then it calls LCU data. So I was like, what the fuck is LCU data? So I'm like scrolling up, and I see this connector on connect, and then more LCU data based on the data from connect. So I was like, what the fuck is this connector? So I scroll up and I see LCU connector, and apparently this person has made an app that does the LCU integration, which I don't know what it stands for. I don't know what LCU is, but is that League Client something? I don't know. Guess it also depends when they properly merge the clients, I think they talked about. Yeah, true, but I mean, I think I can fetch that data from their public API. So I think from here I can see like, I don't know. TFT, Valorant match, stuff like that. So let's see. So I found this thing and I scrolled through the you know, the code, And I found some very scary shit. Like, I actually don't know why they built this the way they did. But he wrote a lock file parser. And this guy is getting the LCU path from process. So it checks, hey, what's up? Let me run and check where is this League Client UX.exe running? Which is basically just this League of Legends client right here. So if you have the League client running, I'm pretty sure this one is the League Client UX. Yeah, so League Client UX.exe is just your League client. So it's like, okay, where is this running? Just to find where your League client's installed, right? And then it's like, sure, okay, let me find it. Let me run this command. And then get the path, and then get the install regex. So out of the process, it takes the install directory, and then it's like, cool, okay, awesome. But the cool thing is this one. This is where it's kind of gets crazy. Is because when I have League opened up and I boot up this Rift Explorer, it tells me to restart my League of Legends client. And I was like, why the fuck does it need to restart my League of Legends client? And so I dig further down, and I found this line, init lock file watcher. So it goes to my League of Legends directory and it finds the lock file. And then it starts watching for changes. So it starts watching the file system, so my hard drive, to see if this file changes or if this file is created. See, it's like if any of these files are created or changed, run this function. Otherwise, when it's unlinked, I remove the file. So I was like, why the fuck do we need to do anything with this file ever? Like, why is this ever necessary for anything? And so I checked the method that it's like referring to, and it's like lock file read, and then it does something with my data port and my password. And I was like freaking the fuck out, because I was like, why the fuck does this tool need to know my password? So I got a little bit scared. What's up, Janie? How's it going? Yo, if you guys haven't checked Janie out, please go check her out. Fantastic streamer as well. Oh, okay. So I started freaking the fuck out because I was like, why the hell does Riot Games save my password in this log file? Like, why is that even happening? So I dive a little deeper and I find this like log file parser. And I'm like, okay, what is this then? So I check the index. I go through it. It's like, wow, this is easy. So it reads the file. And then it splits the file into chunks divided by these like columns. And I don't want to open my log file because I'm logged in right now. But you know what? For science, let's just do it anyways. Let's open my log file for science. Or actually, wait. Let me. Okay, hold up. Let me do full screen. Let me just remove the credentials so that I don't show anything that I shouldn't show on stream. Okay, I fixed it. Beautiful. This is the file that gets created every time. I don't know if it's big enough. Like the font size 24. This is the content that gets written every time you boot up and log into the League of Legends client. And basically what this is like, I don't know why this is here. And then the first, this second element is the process ID. So the process ID of the actual League of Legends client. This is the port that it's running that API on, which is important. This is the password, which is not actually your League of Legends password. It's like some hash or like some transformed value off of your League of Legends password. Luckily, it's not your League of Legends password, but I don't have enough info on like what this is and what this means. So I'd rather not show it. And then this is like HTTPS. The API is running on HTTPS. So I was like, why is this? Why is it writing this? And then also, if I log in once, why does that app need to restart in order to read out this value? Because the value is just there. It's like, I don't know what is, I don't know. I don't know why does it need to do that? Doesn't make sense. So after finding all of this out by reading some other app's source code, it kind of blew my mind. It's like process is 0, so that's like League Client. And then parts 1 is the PID. Port is 2, so that's this one. And then password is 3, which is this one. And then protocol is this one. So I was like, cool. Okay, let's just take whatever this is and start hitting that endpoint. So maybe in the end, I will use this library. But it's doing a lot of crazy shit that I don't know if I need to do this. It's like, why do I need to... I don't know. Why do I need to watch the file system for changes to this file? Seems a little bit too much. But you know, who knows? Maybe maybe we'll use it later. How am I? I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Sorry, I'm getting super excited because I finally got this shit to work last night. I worked like way too long on this, like until 1 a.m. even though I had to work the next day. So I overslept this morning. But I got it to work. And so this... Let's just start. You know, let's just start. I'm going to... What program is this? What did you say this program was? What do you mean? Which program? This editor? Let me get my fan real quick because it's getting super hot in here. Explains the email at 1:30 a.m. Yeah, exactly. Okay. This editor is VS Code. It's free. One of the best editors right now, I feel like. It's pretty fast. It's very extensible. But let's get to it. So, after finding all of this out, we could finally find out how we need to connect to this API. So what I built yesterday was a little bit something, which I'm going to digest in a couple steps. So let's just start with a synchronous function that calls itself. So I can easily do await calls in here, which makes the code just a lot easier to work with. Okay, so I made a couple of helper functions. Let's digest them one by one. I installed NodeFetch, which is a Node.js implementation of fetch. This is just to do like requests. So just go to a website, like fetch a certain URL, get the text, and then you can do something, right? If I visit a website, that's basically what we're doing, right? Like we're requesting a website, and then we get the text, and then the browser starts building turning that code into like actual graphics, and it shows it on the screen. Since we are not going to be using anything graphical, we're just doing requests, and we're working with JSON instead of text. So we install NodeFetch. We tell it that we're working with an API, which is the League Client API, so the actual League client, using HTTPS, but it's using so normally when you visit a website, you see this lock, right? It's like your connection is like secure. This is basically saying that there is a certificate that you own, that is trusted, and that the server can communicate using the same like certificates to which I don't know how SSL works, honestly. I just know that, you know, it's basically an encrypted connection between you and the server so that anybody else looking at the data on your network cannot see. Yeah, that's just what it is. They see that you're connecting to this website, but they cannot see the data. Cool. I don't really know how it works internally. I just know how to set it up. So the League of Legends client is using a certificate that we don't have, and we don't trust this certificate. So whatever my program basically tells me is like, hey, you're connecting to this HTTPS website on your local machine, but we don't trust that certificate, so we're just gonna cancel the request. So what this basically says is like, ignore that. Even if it's if we don't know this certificate, just ignore the shit out of it. I don't care. I've created this secrets file, which is just basically all the data that was in the log file. And obviously I changed the password to be something else. These are hard-coded values from the log file. 62605 and the port is 62605. Cool. I created auth, which is basically BTOA, and BTOA is base 64. So in order to authenticate, we need to send the username and the password. So that's going to be like Riot and then my password. And then we need to transform it into a base 64 value, which you can use this helper method. Super unimportant, but sure. I created a get helper that just does a get request. So it just fetches something from the endpoint and you pass it the endpoint and it just works. So let's actually hit the endpoint. So what we're going to do is we're going to ask the server like, hey, what is the response for get request to... Let's take a look what we can fetch. I think it was something like me. V1 chat me. So let's do a get request to this and see what the data is. Just so you guys have an understanding of like what this does. I am not super familiar with coding on Windows, so I'm not super happy. But because I've got League running on Windows, I didn't want to, you know, try it on Mac and try installing League of Legends on Mac and then hoping that everything still works. Okay, so if we run this code, I don't know how I can make this bigger. Can I make the terminal bigger? I think it's just using PowerShell. Properties. That's bigger. If I open up a new window, is it bigger now? No. How do I make the... Alright, settings. Terminal. Terminal. Font size. Size? Oh, here we go. Yep, 24. Kablam. That's bigger. That's better. Bigger is always better. Okay, so let's start the Node.js app. Oh, what did I just do? Okay. Let's do Node and then the app. And then so I've got a response. And it's me. So I'm iNode. I'm online right now. It gives me some club data. It tells me that I'm out of game right now. It tells me that I'm Flex Summoner's Rift ranked. That I'm gold. Gold 4. That I was plat last season apparently. It tells me what banner I'm using. It tells me that I'm on the live patch. It tells me that I'm EOS. It tells me my status message. And that's cool. So, but this is just me. And obviously what we really want to do is we want to fetch this for our friends. So, I've already found his endpoint for us because I worked with this yesterday. So we've got a list of friends now. And these are all of the friends that I have. And I broke it. Unique identifier. Fetch. Where? Oh. Whoopsie whoopsie. Cool. Alright. So these are 216 friends. No, these are 260 more friends that it's already showing. So these are all the friends, and they're offline and online and mobile and like whatever status, which is pretty neat. That's cool. But we don't care about that, because what we really care about, if a person is online, I'm pretty sure the person is active. Like, I don't know why you would go online on League and then not play any games. Ever. Like, I know people that talk, but they do play every, like, maybe once a month. Or maybe once every 2 months. And I want to delete friends that are, like, older than a year or something. Like, they haven't played for a year. Show me all the people that haven't played for a year. So the code is a mess now, but let's first make it work, and then we can always move things around later. That is always my motto. Because we don't know yet what we're going to do. And also, I'm not sure if I'm going to be building this eventually in Node, because I don't know if I can build an okay like exe file in Node. It's just not very easy to do. Except with Electron, but do I really want to use Electron? So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be iterating over these friends, and we figured that on a friend, it doesn't really tell us whether that friend has played games or not, because apparently that's a different endpoint, and we need to check their match history. So in order to check their match history, we will need to check the API endpoint for that. Match history. And then it tells us that we need an account ID. But on the friends that we have, if we take a look at the blob of data that we have here for one friend, it doesn't show an account ID here at all. It shows like PUUID, and it shows like the XMPP like username, but this is not the account ID. But it does show as a summoner ID. So apparently you need to fetch the summoner, which we realized yesterday. Summoner. So we need an ID. I think that's what it was searching for, so let's find it. Lol summoner. Yeah, so lol summoner. And then we need to find one specific one. Here. Lol summoners, and then you search for a summoner. So if you search, okay, let's do that endpoint call, you know. Let's first, you know, get all the offline friends, because we don't care about normal friends. So we go over the friends, and then we say filter, which is, because this is an array. For those of you that have never seen async await, Google it. It's fantastic. It's very good. Otherwise, it's just basically something for promises that you don't have to like do anything nested. So otherwise I need to wrap my entire app into then block and then wait for the data, and then I get friends here, and then if I need another one, I need to then call the promise in here and then do another then call, and your entire app just becomes dense, and it's super annoying and ugly to work with. So if you know async await, your life and your code is just gonna look a lot better. So offline friends. So we take the friends, and then we want to see if that user, so that friend, is offline. And availability equals offline. So let's do friends dot availability equals offline. Cool. So now we've got a list of all the offline friends. It's sweet. We've said we've got this array of friends, all of the friends that I have. Let's filter. So it iterates over every friend, and we want to check for every friend. Very glad I checked that. For every friend that the availability is equal to offline. Cool. We could simplify this by creating a method that just does exactly that. Is friend offline? It takes a friend, and then it does this check. And now we can make it look like this. Friends filter is offline. Cool. So we get the offline friends. Let's see what that does. Boom. So we got a lot less items. Still a lot. There's still a lot of people that are offline, and probably still a lot of people that are like not active at all. But we've got some friends. Got some league friends here, and they're all offline. Which is great. Awesome. We've got the offline friends. Now, what do we do? So for every single friend, we need to get this summoner. So let's do that. Okay. Summoners. But maybe we want to keep a reference to the friend as well. But let's just first get all the summoners. So for every offline friends, we want to get... Let's do it for each first to check the data. So for every friend that we find, we need to do a request. So we need to do a get call. And because this is in a for each, it does not block when you do a promise call. And you cannot make it async either. So if I make this an async function, it's not going to care. Because for each does not wait for async functions. So that's fine. We need to do something else for that. But let me show you. So let me steal this from the code I wrote yesterday. I don't just want to just go over everything and then like I just want to go step by step what I did yesterday. So I do a request to this endpoint that we found out, lol summoner v1 summoner's ID. And so we put the summoner ID in there and then we get something out of it. So now we're just going to do a then block and then we're going to console log. So whatever the result comes out of this, we want to console log it when it's ready. So this doesn't actually give us the summoners, this just gives us nothing, really. Let's just do this and see what happens. So this is going to be an n+1, like, an n+1, not query, but like an n+1 request. Because it's going to do... No, it's not an n+1, it's like just an n amount of requests. So like, for the amount of offline friends, you're going to do a request, which is crazy. But that's just how their API works. So we're going to fetch the summoner for every single user and then console log it. So let's see what it does. Where is my terminal? How do I show my terminal? Where did my terminal go? Oh, there it is. Beautiful. Let's run node. And then boom, 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 boom. It did a fuck ton of requests, or at least it started a fuck ton of requests. And then it finished a lot of them too, and it's funny because it doesn't actually show all the lines. Can we configure that? Settings. Terminal. I want to have an infinite amount of lines. Line. 1,000. I want to have 1 billion. Oh, awesome. That's a lot of lines. Okay, here we go. So now we have a summon. We have a lot of summoners, but we haven't really gotten them in a format yet. We've got them one by one, and they finish one by one, and that's it. It's kind of annoying. But it shows us the summoner ID that we fetched, but it also gives us the account ID, which we can then use to fetch the match history. But this is not really an easy format to work with. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to we're going over every friend, and then we're going to kind of like make this like a queue of requests that it's going to do, and then when all of them are finished, that's when we consider this line to be done, right? Because we want to treat this for each as if it's like synchronous. As if like for every single request, it's going to wait until all of them are finished, and then we're going to the next line. That's just what we want to do. So how we're going to do that is I wrote this simple function that's going to not do all the requests at once, because I don't know if the API can hold up with that. Because we're going to need to fetch the match history for all of those summoners as well. So we're going to do friends, one request for all the friends. Then for every friend, we're going to get the summoner. And then for every summoner, we're going to get the match history. Which is crazy. This is a shit ton of requests. So I wrote this little function and I want to just walk you guys through. So let's say I have this array. It's like a bunch of jobs that it needs to do. So I have an array. And in the array, there is a bunch of like functions that return promises. And so this can take like 5 minutes. This one could take like 2 minutes. This one could take like 1 minute. This one could take 1 second. But since it's a promise, it doesn't immediately resolve. It's not immediately done. It might be the next tick, which could be like a millisecond, could be anything. But it doesn't immediately, it's not in the same thread, in the same call, in the same event loop. So if I have a bunch of these jobs that I need to finish, and I want to wait for all of the jobs to finish before I move on, what I could basically do is I could do a call. If I just want to know, I want to call them all at the same time and then wait for all of them to finish, what I could just do is I could loop over them and then just call them. So like for every job that we find, call it. So call the job and start it. So it will go over all of them, and it will start them pretty much all at the same time because the computer is fast. And then we have an array of promises. So it's basically as if we were just like doing... do I have that? No, I don't. Can I do this? No. Can I do this? No. Can I do... No. I want to have multiple cursors, but I don't know how to do that. Okay, let's do it differently. Just Control D. This is what happens when you code on Windows. It's basically as if it were just this. So I create an array, and they immediately call off all of these like 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, 1 second, like 1 millisecond requests that all finish at a random time. I could do promise.all and say, okay, I'm gonna wait for all of these promises to finish, and then I get the first argument is going to be an array, I think, of all of the results of promises. So it's like first, second, third, fourth, fifth, etc., etc. So the first in this array argument is just going to be whatever comes out of this one. The second is going to be come out of this one. The third one comes out of this one. Fourth one comes out of this one. Fifth one comes out of that one, etc., etc., etc. So you can do something with the results of every individual one, which is cool, which is nice, which is awesome. But since what we want to do is we want to do a request one after another, this is not working. Because what we really need to do is we need to do like promise.resolve, then do this one, and then with the result of that one, we want to do the next one, and so forth and so forth and so forth until they all done, and then we consider the promise done. So I wrote this little serial function that does exactly that. So let's just keep our heads with this one because I think this is easier to understand. So we have a bunch of jobs, and all of them, if we call them, it just does the job, right? It does the job and it gives us a promise, and at some point the promise will be done. If I loop over these jobs and I do reduce. So reduce is already making things a lot harder. So let me think of something else that we can do. How am I gonna explain this? Oh well, let's just do it with reduce. Okay, so we have a bunch of functions, a bunch of jobs in here, and they're all gonna like resolve at a random time. And then we're gonna do something within for every single one of them based on the previous one. But we're gonna start with resolve so that it starts with a promise. So we always have something that we can do a then call on. So what we're gonna do is like the promise chain, which starts with a promise resolve. So that's gonna be the first one, and then the second one is going to be the current task or the current job. And so it's gonna be like, okay, for the first one, this promise chain is this value. So you can consider this like this. So it's like, okay, I start with this one, and then I do a then call on it. And with the result of this, the chain result, we want to, so when this first promise is done, which is going to be instantly because it's already resolved, with this chain result, or the results, or whatever, we are going to run the current job. So when the previous one is done, so the promise chain, which is in this case, starts with resolve. When that one is done, we're going to call the next one. All right. So we're going to do current task. And then we're going to do a then call. And then with the result of the current job result, we are going to return an array of the results from the previous chain plus ourselves. And we need to return here as well. And so then for the first one, it calls this one, it does it then, it resolves, we call this first task. Then when it's resolved, we take the job result and we spread it across the previous results that we've already gotten. So this first one is actually nothing, I think. So if we really want to be safe in older versions, we can even do this. So when chain results is nothing, we spread empty array, just to be sure. And since our promise always returns an array because it returns itself, the next one is going to be this array and then the new one. So we loop over it, the current job. We loop over it, the promise chain is now this first one. So the result of this one, which is nothing, plus the result of this one, which is this one, which is also nothing. So in the end, this is going to be like an array full of nothing, basically. Cool. Awesome. So this is basically a way to wait one after another before making a request. And then I move this to a function called serial because it's kind of like running them in serial. Like one by one. So you give it a bunch of functions, it will reduce over them, and then inside of these functions, we expect that they return a promise. So, okay, cool. We have this function now. That's awesome. So let's do the call. This is basically our main function. Kind of. In like other languages, that would be main. Okay, so what we're going to get here is an array with all of the results. After this thing is done. Like this thing is a promise. It's an array. Yeah, we reduce over them and we turn it into a promise. So a promise that will by the end result in all of the calls results in an array. But this thing by itself is a promise now. Here it wasn't. But since it started with a promise and we're always doing a promise call, oh, the return is here. Yep. Okay, cool. Hope this makes sense. Really not sure if it does, but let's do this. So what we're going to do is for every single get call, this would not be working because basically if we have this, so we have all the offline friends, right? So the offline friends kind of look like this. Offline friends equals an array and then a bunch of friends, right? So an object, this is a friend, like this is a friend, this is a friend, this is a friend, this is a friend, and we're going to map over them, and for every friend we find, we're going to do a get call. This get call is a promise. So it's kind of like if we map this like this, all we were going to do is like we're going to turn every single one of these into a promise that resolves at some point, right? So this is what we're gonna get. Remember how I showed you that this will make them run all at the same time? It's because they are already working. Like if I do this call, it's going to start doing the promised result. It's gonna do the request already. So it's not waiting for anything. It's just doing it. So what we really need to do is we need to create that job list that I was talking about before, where we create a function that will do the call. But it's not calling them yet. It will eventually do the call. When you call it, it will do the actual request. But right now, it doesn't do anything. So this is what we really need. So how can we do that? Is we can just, for every map, we create an empty function, and that will do the call for it. So we kind of like create a list of things that will, if we call it, it will do the thing that we want it to do. So we could say, okay, this is a bunch of jobs, or like summoner fetchers, maybe. You consider it as a fetcher, whatever you want to call it. And so for every summoner fetcher, we want to get the results in an array. So the results is serial.summonerFetcher. So remember how we gave the serial function a bunch of functions, which is exactly what we're doing. We're giving it a bunch of functions that will do something. But in the example I gave, this was just promise.resolve. So it's just for every friend, it will create a function that will do nothing. But it returns a promise. What we do now is if we want to make it do actually something. It wants to do a request. So what we're saying here is like, okay, serial. The serial function, call it with the list of fetchers. So a list of things that we can call, and then it will do the job. And this will go through everything, and it will do a request and wait for the result until we call the next one. So now this is a promise. So we need to await the results. So we say, okay, await, call in serial all the summoner fetchers, and then we get the results. So if I do this now, it's gonna take a longer time because it's doing a request one by one by one by one by one. And so it's gonna take a little bit longer than the previous one, but at least it will hit the API at a reasonable speed. It will not like kill the API. What's up, Hemi? So if I do this call, you can see that after the result, every single call is one by one. I can still not see. Wait, I thought I... Alright, let's only take the first 10. It's funny because I clear, but it's still there. So instead of doing all of them, let's pick the first 10. So slice 0 to 10. Sure. So off the offline friends, let's take the first 10. Just to ease ourselves. Do the call. We scroll up. You can see that we do a request. Request insecure. Get request finished. Starting the new one. Why does it say finished before the first get? Oh no, the first get is here. So we're saying, okay, we do a call to friends. And then we start a get request for friends. No, it's finished. Then we start a request to summoners. So for this first summoner is this one, and then it finished. Then we do the second one. If I remove the serial, I can show you what happens. So if I just do this, this will not work yet because I need to do a map and then call it. So like for every fetcher, we call the fetcher. Or I could remove this and just call it immediately. But this is basically like, okay, fetch, like just do all the calls at once. And let me show you what happens then, because then the result of this call is going to be a little bit different. Because they might not resolve all at the same time. You can see how much faster it is too, because it does all the requests in parallel. It's like... Oh, it's funny how most of them are actually at the right time. They're actually still one by one, I think. Or am I too far down? Oh no, I was too far down. Too far up. Because we only have 10. You can see like it starts all of them, and then in a random order they might finish. So like 5916 here. The third one is 277, but the other one finished way faster because we all queued them at the same time, all in parallel, and then they might resolve in random orders because one request might be longer than the rest. So doing 10 requests in parallel is fine, but doing like however many of them might be a little bit too much. So with this thing that we wrote, in theory, we could very easily batch this. So we could do like parallelization of requests by saying, I'm going to chunk all of these 250 into 4 parallel groups that will all create results all at the same time. So I can do 4 requests at once, and that's max. And then the rest will wait for each other. That's basically what I could do. But this is fine. This is fast enough for me. But in theory, I could easily do that. I just need to chunk the array into multiple chunks and then do a promise.all on basically 4 of those chunks. So I could say like chunk 1 is the serial of so this is an array this is one promise that resolves a bunch of those, and then you have chunk number 2, chunk number 3, chunk number 4, and then we just say like, okay, when all of these chunks are done, we're going to have 4 arrays, 4 results, right? And then we need to combine them into one. But in theory, they could be like doing them in parallel. So I could actually just run like a bunch of things in parallel, which is cool. Okay, but this is working. So it's waiting one by one, fetching all the summoners. So this is going to give us all the summoners. But let's continue working with 10 actually, because otherwise it's going to be a mess. Or 5. Oh. Here we go. This is the list. We do a request. We wait for it. The result is in. Next one. Or here's the call. Here's the finish. Here's the call. Here's the finish. We do 5 of those and we get an array back with all the summoners. Cool. What do summoners look like? It's basically just... It tells me how many rerolls they have, which is weird because it doesn't show that in the UI. So I don't even know if that's true. But I can see my rerolls. I can see like, oh, I'm 0 reroll progress, which I don't know what that means. But I cannot see somebody else's reroll progress, which is interesting. But in the API, apparently it does. But there's a lot of funky shit in the API that actually doesn't work. So I can see people's levels. You can see the summoner ID again. But the account ID is the most important one. Okay, so we got a bunch of summoners. And for every single summoner, we will need to get their match history. Because, you know, we want to see what matches have they played. Okay, so what we're going to do again is we're going to create a bunch of match history fetchers. And we're going to loop over the summoners. And... which is only 5, because we only want 5. Because we've only fetched 5, or we've only taken 5 of the offline friends. And then for every summoner that we have, we basically want to do a GET request to this endpoint. Oh. So the summoner.account ID. And then what this is going to do is it's going to give us an array of match histories that belong to a summoner. If we were to do this or return. So let's do that. So these are not fetchers, actually. This is just immediately calling them. So this is going to do them all in parallel. But let's see the result. Promise.all. Match history fetchers. And let's await that. I think this works. So this will give us an array of match histories. And you can see it does 5 match history requests all at the same time, and then it waits for all of them to resolve. And so for account ID this, we get games and then games. Whatever that is. But before I do that, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. So, be right back. Okay. I'm not sure how long I'm going to be streaming for because my belly is feeling like shit. So weird. That's why I went to the toilet, because I was like, what the fuck is going on? I feel like my I feel like I'm like blowing up, kind of. As if I just have to do like a, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Anyhow, let's see how long we can survive for and then see. So for every single summoner, we now have the match history. So instead of getting a loose set of match histories, we want to kind of tie them together with the summoner. So instead of doing the call immediately, we obviously want to run them in serial. So what we're going to do is, instead of doing the get call immediately, we want to do this. And then we can say, okay, let's do an asynchronous call. And then we say, okay, give me the result of this get call. And then I want to return the summoner that I got. And then the match history of that summoner. So what I'm saying is like, you could also read this as this. So instead of doing an async call, we do a get call here, and then we do a then block here, and we say like, okay, after the promise is resolved, give me the result and transform it to be like this. But I think this might be more readable. So we say like the match history. So we take the summoner and it now has a key called match history. And then the match history is just a whatever this is. But in theory, we don't really care too much about the platform ID. All we care about is the first 20 games, I think. Because it says 127, but we've only fetched 20 of them. But we don't need the 127 games. We only want, actually, the last one they played, really. But let's just get the whole match history. If there is a match history, let's get the match history. So response, and then for the match history, so the match history is going to be, where's the leak content? Not here, man, not here. So for match history, we're going to check if the games is there, and if the match history dot games dot length is created. I don't know what I want to check for. Is an array. So if it has games, no, the games is always there. I think this blob is always there. So games dot games. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, let's just do games equals match history response, because I think this thing is always there. Did it like this. So we have games. And we do games.games, which is terrible. Ew. Anyways, games.games. If games.games is an array, then use games.games. Otherwise, fall back to empty array. Because I've seen games, I think, where the user hasn't served any games. Also, I've seen users with account ID 0, which is kind of weird. But anyways. Okay, let's add the match history and see what happens. Cool. How do you write this code? What's the concept? The program looks at people you don't play with? Yeah, so I fetch all the friends, then I filter out only the offline friends. Then I take 5 of the offline friends. I fetch the summoner. So I fetch all of the summoners basically for those offline friends. Then I need for every summoner, we need to fetch the match history. Valorant just released an API as well. Awesome. Beautiful. And then, so for every single, we now have match history fetchers, which is just a concept I came up with, but whatever. And then we run those in serial. So we're going to have all the summoners with match histories. Is going to be await serial match history fetchers. Just to make it super explicit for people that don't really understand Node very well. Cool, let's see what this does. This should give us the summoner with match histories included in the object. For 5 of them. And you can see that it's doing requests one by one as well. And so we get match histories with objects, because that's just how Node works. So I think we can do utils inspect node, which is a little better at like showing off these things. So let's do that instead of console logging. Bum. Oh, that doesn't work. Always a promise at all, returning async functions like you're doing much better. Hey, my chat disconnected. That's weird. I always do promise at all. So promise at all. The problem with promise at all is it does all of the asynchronous functions all at once. So in parallel. So what I mentioned before is like before you joined, I actually spoke about this. I want to do them in a like serial instead of in parallel, because yesterday I run everything in parallel and it's doing a lot of requests, and then the API kind of died. So I don't want to do that. So I just like treat it as kind of like a rate limiter, and I could parallelize some of it, so I could chunk it into smaller chunks and do separate like groups, kind of separate groups of parallel requests. But for now, we're just running everything as serial. Yeah. So it's like this request, when this request is finished, the next one is queued, and then when that one is finished, the next one is the next one is the next one is the next one is. So for big friend requests, which French list, which is I think the max is 250. This is fine. This is fast enough. And if we need to speed it up, we can chunk it. We can create like a tiny function called chunk, and then we chunk the serial here, and we chunk this summoner fetches into multiple groups, which all do serials, and then you do promise at all. That could work. And I could even do like chunk serial, which is under the hood going to do like a promise at all, which is going to chunk like a load-s chunk, for example, which is going to chunk these things, and then we map them to serial. And then we do a den, so then the result of this is like the array of results, and then we merge the results together as if we were doing one. That's like stuff we can easily do now too. So it's like results, and then we do so this is going to be an array of arrays. So we need to just like flatten the arrays, right? So for results dot reduce, and then we flatten everything basically, or you just call flatten. What is chunk? Never used it before. It's not here. It's basically if you have like an array of 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you were to call like you make like a function called chunk, and then you say like chunk, and then chunk this into 5. Let's see. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It will create an array like this. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it chunks it into 5 groups. So I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 groups. If I were to call this, make this 2, it would be like 3, 4, 5, and oh, hate coding on Windows. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it splits the array in even bits, exactly. Which is nice, because now, let's say these are all tasks that I need to do. I could, like, serial run them. So these will all be, like run sequentially. I could also call the function sequential. So normally, if I call a promise immediately, all of these would be immediately called at once as soon as they are added to the array. But because these are functions that then do a resolve, we can, you know, we can do 1 and then wait for 1 to resolve, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4. And if we do those in parallel, we chunk the arrays. We can do like serial, 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 and have like 4 things running in parallel instead of doing all the calls in parallel. That's the power of creating tiny functions and composing them together. It's cool. It's neat. Okay, util inspect didn't work. Console log does not show 3 levels deep. I've googled this before for sure. And then it says inspect, util inspect. Okay, need to add some extra stuff apparently. Wait, does that work with only with objects? Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Maybe I just needed to add extra stuff? Oh, I need to console log the util inspect. Let's see. That's what I did wrong. Oh, there you go. Did I remove the slice? No, this is 5. But then all of them, the 20 matches. Okay, so we need to slice that too, for sure. I don't want to have... So we want to have match history, and I only want 2, maybe. Cool. What happens if I do slice on an empty array? Let's try. Oh. Does it not work? Command K doesn't work on fucking Windows. Oh my god, how do I clear? Control L? Oh my god. Node fetch? Yeah, it's only node fetch. I could do regular HTTP, but you know, whatever. Empty array, and then what we were gonna do? Slice. 0, 2. Empty array. Perfect. Awesome. Nice. Great. Just to be sure. Just to be sure. Cool. Okay, so now we only include the last 2 or the first 2 in the array. Really hope they have everything set up correctly. Cool. Okay, so we've got 5 summoners. 5 summoners. One of which is Nadine. And then she has match history, and the match history is created here. And I want to actually just see the dates. I just want to see the game creation date, really. I want to map for every match. I want to get the match.creation date. But I want to see all of them, really. Composing, mapping, all that jazz. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Doing a bunch of requests. Okay. So this is what I was afraid of. It's actually the... Why, right? Why you do this to me? It's the match the array that I get back is in the wrong like order. So the last one is first, and the first one is last. The last played one is at the bottom, which is weird because you would expect that you're never gonna really show it the other way around. I'm never going to like look at like my first match history because we're not even getting all of them. We're just getting how many games are we getting? Oh, I fucking forgot to save that. All right, let's also add that then. Total matches, which is match history response. Let's get that. What was it again? Game count or something? Games count? It wasn't games though. Let's console log games. Can't you do like something like only run this like if console if? How does that work? I thought that was a thing. Console if. Oh, whatever. Whatever. There is some fucking thing. Why not triple equals? Because I accidentally didn't write a triple one. But it doesn't matter. I only want the first games. Okay, let's run it. Games of undefined. What? Games. How did it all? Did it do that before? What? It didn't throw that before. Did it? Maybe I didn't see it. This is why I love when people make API helpers in TypeScript. No need to map the API. No, I don't think it's blocked. I think this one, yeah. There is one summoner which doesn't have it doesn't have like an account ID. Like what? Okay. What the fuck? Sure. That's fine. Like fucking play like index 4 is undefined. Like what? Oh, the summoner is also 0. But I like how the summoner 0 gave me a request back that is fine. Interesting. So somewhere in here, in this summoner's call, we're getting summoner, like lol summoner call with 0. So this summoner ID is 0. So there's somewhere in here, there is a user console log friend.summoner ID. You never want to see this, chat. Why is it erroring? It's not erroring. It's actually working. It's not working. Malformed arrow function. Why? Do I need to wrap this? Oh, that's fine. I wanted to show you something fancy, chat, but that's fine. I thought that worked. Why doesn't it that actually work? Do you need to wrap it in like parentheses? Probably. Sure. Oh no, this is so many. Wait, this is the games. Hold up, I'm up here. Hold up, clear. I hate Windows. Clear doesn't actually clear. Okay. What's up? Okay. Is this the node call that I did? Why is it empty? What am I console? Oh, canceling an empty. Summoner ID. And friend dots. What was it? JID, I think? Undefined. Okay, it wasn't JID. It wasn't. It was something else. Let's just console log the entire friend. Okay, let's actually fucking turn everything off here. Only fetch the summoners. Sir Bokeh. Oh, wait. These are users that don't have a league account. So they don't have a summoner ID. Why isn't it null? But they do have null. Why isn't this null? Why is it 0? Why you gotta do this? Okay, so these will never actually... They will never... Okay, let's filter those two. Let's filter as those two. Const is league player. Takes a friend. Takes a friend. Checks if the friend has a summoner ID. That is greater than 0. And we turn it into a number. Let me check one thing. 0, number 0, or number null is turned into 0. Beautiful. Did Riot finally release an API of some sorts? They've got multiple. This is the most under-documented one, which is what we're using. It's great. Okay, so let's filter and filter again. It's not super efficient, guys, but that's fine. You know, sometimes that is okay. I can also compose first. Compose the two functions together so that there's only one filter being called. But I don't care. Because this list is only 250 long, max. So I don't care. And offline friends is only going to be, I don't know, half of it. So then I only have to go over half of the players to see if they're... Which is fine. But welcome, Adam. Okay, so now I don't think this is ever gonna work, ever gonna happen again. So now all the freaking, oh no, all of the summoners that we fetch now have IDs. Wow, that's crazy. Wait, how do you do that? Okay, cool. Awesome. Now we can get rid of all this junk. We're still only fetching 5, but that's okay. Okay, let's uncomment everything that we wrote. We don't have that random error anymore. Node. Do some requests. Woo. Match history. 1 match played. So what I was already afraid of is that now... I was also console logging the match, right? Yeah. Here. Game count. Sure. Game count. Games.game count. Comma. Total matches played. That's cool. Let's remove the console log later. Let's remove that console log too. Okay, so now we have a summoner that has match history and also total matches played. These have not played. The thing is, How long? Sub-Zero cost abstraction has gone. My entire friend list stop playing. How long does Riot keep that data? Maybe their API specification says anything about that. Riot Games, match. Summoner. There's so little available. League. What are leagues? Oh, guys. They had to like add all of that shit. You get somewhere the thing where they have like last 20 games. Yeah, so that's what we have. But API, but the thing is, the weird thing is the order is wrong. So it tells me total matches played is 127, but if I look at the match history array, these are in the wrong order. See, this is like oldest to newest. So let's actually fetch for this user, huh? ArcPit. Or let's just take the first one and see which one it is. Yes. The first one, please. Bloop, 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 bloop. Okay, this user, cute dog, has played a fuck ton of matches. Awesome. Now, instead of fetching just the friends' match lists, I don't even know what match list is. Why is it called match list? I don't know. That's their API. Game timelines, game ID, games, match list. This is mine. B2 match list, which is mine. I can do the ready check. So this is what I was talking about earlier, where if I want to be taking a dump on the toilet and my League of Legends queue is like popping, in theory I could make an app that just accepts the ready check when I'm on the toilet. I can in theory do the entire champion select from the toilet, because that's all in here. Pretty cool. Yeah, so what we're gonna do instead is for this one account, we're gonna flip this around. We're going to say summoner slice 01. Is this going to is this going to get me 2, right? It's until including index 1. So if I have 1, 2, and then I slice and I do 0, 0, will that get me empty? That will give me empty. But if I do this, I get, okay. It's starting 0 and then 1 entry, right? That's how it works. It's not like 0 index to ending index. It's like from 0, 1 element. I think that's how it works. So I want to have just one summoner, so I can leave the rest of the shit the same. And then for this one summoner, which is gonna be Nadine, I am going to, instead of fetching the first, I'm going to take the total matches played, and I'm gonna do another request. Which is so weird. Or I can, in theory, match history. In theory, I could just actually loop over all of the matches. But I just want to see how many I get. Oh, I can't. You can't paginate with this fucking one. Why? Because on the other ones I could. There was pagination. Just get them all. I can't. It just gives me 20. The weird thing is the API tells me... Do I still have that console log? No, I don't. Console log games. Let me show you. Let's get the whole match history. I'll show you. It's kind of weird API. Really strange. It's probably old. That's what it is. Okay, so here... Oops. Windows. Right mouse button is pasting. Makes sense. So I have games here, and then it tells me the begin date and end date, and it never worked. Like, I don't even know why it's here. And it tells me the game count is 158. And it tells me the indexes, which is awesome. Because that feels like I can just actually scroll through all of them. And just even go past the only, like, you know, the last 20. That means they already know how many there are. So, and they know the begin and end index. I just cannot query it through this endpoint. Because this is mine. So apparently for my match history, I can. But you know what? Fuck it. Let's just try it. You know what? Let's just go for it. Let's see if it does work. Who knows? Who knows? So if I have... Let's say I can only fetch 20. Let's say I can only fetch 20. And we started... So let's end... So end index is going to be 158. That's my total matches played. And then... So 20 from that. This should be the index. Or should it be -1 for index, right? So let's do this. If this gives me... And then it doesn't... Let's see. Probably gives me like something that I can't do that. Yeah, so it broke. It's like unknown argument bag index on get lol match history v1 friends match list by account ID. Sadness. So I'm not allowed to do that. So I guess I'll just have to do it with the data that I have here, which means that the match history needs to be sorted. And I never, ever, ever in my life understood how JavaScript array sorting works. Never. I could not wrap my head around how this shit works. You can add a compare function, and then it's just A and B. Compare numbers. Okay, whatever. How am I gonna do this? Because this looks like normal date format. That's nice. I can parse this. Date parse. Date array sort by date JavaScript. Let's take a look. I never understood how sort works. Why not take the last element? True. That's also a good idea. But anyways, let's learn about how we do this. New date minus new date. Let's do this. Let's try it. That was easy. Okay, let's structure this a little bit. Yes, I'm still here. Continue playing my music. Okay. Okay, for every match A and match B, we want to get new date match B minus new date match A. If that just works, I'm magically happy. That is the opposite way around. What about this? Still doesn't work. God damn it. What does date parse look like? Oh, wait, hold up. I need to match on the date field. No, I'm on match history. What does this give me? Got milliseconds? What do you mean? This is working. Bruh. Oh, I'm not closing this one. Fixed. Chat, it's fixed. That's interesting. This is not a valid date? It looks like a valid date. Okay, what is it doing? Is it doing some Windows shit again? Okay. Looks like a valid date to me. New date, string, this, string. That looks good. Wait, is sort doing things differently? Is it not arguments? A, comma, B, yeah. Match A, match B. Invalidate. Invalidate, invalidate. Oh, we did it before the match. Right. Oops. So now we still have the entire match history, but all we want is the creation date. There we go. Cool, cool. Okay, so now we can do B and A. Oh, look at that, chat. Look at that. Beautiful. It's useless, but it's beautiful. Okay, now I need to know if it was older than a year ago. I like this though. I like having this in just for fun. Sort by latest match first. Oh. So now we're here. Now we have a list of match history, summoners with match histories, and now we want to find ourselves the list of users and how old they are. So now we're going to do a map of every summoner, and then every summoner is we want to return the summoner dot whatever it is, summoner dot display name, and we want to get the summoner dot match history there was something on the summoner that was like last played. Let's just populate that field. And if not, then let's just add that. Let's not do that. I want to get the match history and then the first. But before we do this, this is just what we want as output. But before that, we want to do a filter, and we want to find the summoner in which his summoner.matchhistory length. I want to know how long does Riot Games keep the match history of a player. I think longer than years. I want to filter the summoners that don't have a match history. Or, I think it's pretty long, yeah. Or summoners that have match history the first, and then like season 3 still have that? No way, dude. And then I want to see if this is a year old. So let's create a function for that. Is year old. It gives you a date, and then it tells you if it's a year old. If it's is more than year old. Look at those simple functions. How to check. To check if a date is longer than a year old. JavaScript. Easy as that. Don't tell me to use a library. There's an hour. Moment.js. I knew that was gonna happen. I could install datefns, but I just want to see if I can simply do this. You're gonna need at least 4 libraries for this. Okay, so this is a year. This is 1 second times 306 and then times 24 hours. So this is an hour. Then this is 24 hours and this is 365 days. This does not take into account, like, this is probably the simplest one. This does not take into account like those off years and shit like that. That's fine. We don't need to have specifics. This is why you don't need a library for everything. So what we're gonna do is we have this date. So we're gonna do today date minus the old date. So date.now minus date, or is it new date? I don't know. This is a date object. New date, new date. I could do new date as well. That's fine. And then, what is it? Divided by. Okay, let's create something here. Constant. A fucking year is this. Greater than 1. And then we know if this game has been older than a year. You see this link? It's not opening. Oh, it is now. Jesus. It just does SSO and shit. This is your match history. Wait, what endpoint is this fucking fetching from? I like how it's matchhistory.na, but you're fetching EUN1. Okay, what is it fetching? Is this your last game? I can just fetch this API. Like, what's stopping me? Can I fetch this from, like, incognito? No. I need a session. I was like, I could also just use that. Okay, so if the summoner has no matches in their match history or is more than a year old, then we add it and then we show the display name and then the match history. Okay, let's see if this works. Let's see, and then we remove the limit to see if this works. All the requests in the world. Fetch all the match histories for all the summoners. Yeah, we need to make this faster, chat. Next thing we're gonna do is we're going to create some multiple, like we parallelize this, and then we're gonna go. Oh, something broke. Property games of undefined. So games is not here. If matchhistory.games is not there, console log, what the fuck is up with this summoner? This is the classic debugging, chat. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. Inoid support, which is... It does not even have... Oh wait, why am I logging as summoner? I'm so fucking stupid. Okay, I can also summoner. Logged the wrong thing. Don't laugh, chat. Don't laugh. Thank God I played this game this year during the Rona. Wait, what do you mean? We really need to speed this up. But that's fine, it's very easy. We can speed this up very easily. RPC error. So I tried to hit the match list for Inoid support, and I got status code 400. God damn. So for some summoners, the request could even just give you like maybe they deleted the account? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, my get request does not actually just check if the response is actually 200. Let's do that. Okay. Cool. We're not doing any like error login here at all, but or like error handling here at all, but if this one fails, this one apparently can fail. Unfortunately. Okay. Okay, so this request can fail apparently if there is an error. What do we want to do? What do I actually want to do when there's an error? In theory, all this is doing is the match history. So all we really want to do is we just want to take the summoner. Okay, I know what we can do. I know what we can do. Okay, this is very ugly. Oh, this is so ugly. Yikes. Okay, if the response failed, I'm just gonna fake it because really we don't really care. All we want to do is we want to take the games, which is which has games on them, and it's empty array, and then it also has like the match creation date. What was it? No, wait, that is like that is already in the games count. That's what I want. Well, this is what we need. Done. Easy fix. Easy clap. This is ugly as hell, but it works. And that's what we're going for, because this is not going to be the final code. Oof. Love it. Fixed. Oh god, what did this do? Okay. Whew. Okay, let's go. Match me. Give me my friends. Hell yeah. Give it to me, baby. The whole chat's probably like, holy shit, Boyd. If you write code like this, I'm gonna kill you. That's fine. That's okay. God, we need to fucking parallelize this. It's taking way too long. Might as well start swiping Tinder with this code. Shit. Are you gonna unmatch me, Nigel? Holy shit, how many match histories are we fetching? See, if Riot Games just allowed us to fetch only one match, that would be easy. But they don't. Thing with fucking DDoS yourself? No, this is not that many requests. It's like, I have 250 max friends. Half of them are offline. 125. So like 125. One of them does not play League. So he's filtered out. The rest of them are League players. So 125. 125 times 3 or 2. We do a match, we do a summoner fetch and then a match history fetch, which is like 125 times 3, 2. Subclassic Game Lab, how's it going? It does take long though. All right, in the meantime, while this is running, let's think of how we can parallelize this. So let's create a tiny chunk function. Chunk takes an array and it takes chunk amount. Or something. I don't know. Maybe it's a better word. And then I'm just gonna steal it from Lodash because I know I've done that in the past, and the code is actually pretty straightforward there. Lodash GitHub. Just yoink it straight from chunk. Yoink. Thank you. Chunk. Okay, now let's array size. Don't care, because it's only us using it. Array equals null 0. We're always passing in an array. Okay, maybe this check is good. Index. Oh. Array max seal length, whatever. Sure. Sure. That was easy. Got a chunk method now. Just easily yoinked from Lodash. Chunk. Beautiful. Okay. I like how it's like efficient too in terms of memory. Because it knows like it already in memory defines the length of this array. That's pretty efficient. That's good. Okay, chunk. So what we're gonna do now is we could turn it into a serial chunk. Serial parallel what do I want this parallel function to do? I basically want to have a bunch of serials in chunks. So I want to have I want to have jobs or tasks to run, or funcs, apparently. That's what I called it before there. Funcs. And for every single func, I want to chunk the funcs into chunks of something. What was it? What did he call it? Size. So I chunk this, and then I want to map over all of the functions chunks. So for chunk funcs, func chunks. So for every funcs chunk, so bad, because chunk is already defined. You know what? You know what? Let's. You know what? You know what? I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I did it. What's up, Micro Game Dutch? How's it going? Holy shit, long time no see. How have you been? Can you not filter to the last game only instead of the whole? What do you mean? Chunk. And then I do chunk. For every chunk that I get, for every chunk, I need to I need to create a function that I can then pass. This can do the serial call for me in theory on the chunk, but this would immediately call them. Can't wait to start my study again next month. Seeing coding makes me want to code. Well, you can always do it. So parallel takes a bunch of functions and you define a size. It will chunk the functions into smaller batches, and then it will run those batches in parallel. So this returns promises, an array full of promises, and then we promise dot all those, and then And then when all the promises are resolved... Wait, is this their end result? Did I not console log anything at the end? So it finally finished running, and then I forgot to console log at the end. Const result equals console log result. X. Okay, anyways, we're here. So this gives me an array with array results. Results chunked. And then we need to map basically these result chunks. And we need to flatten the array. So what we can do is reduce current no wait. Previous current. And then we start with an array, so we get the end result array. And then what we can do is we return... It's not very efficient at all. Or we can just do pref.push. And then this is an array. Can I push spread operator? Does array push also allow for multiple? Elements and elements. Awesome. Because this is an array. And all the results in the array need to be pushed on the previous stack and then previous returns so that it returns. And then in the end, we're going to have an array filled with all the results from all the chunks. This is what Parallel would do. And if we want to, you can make a function out of this too, which would just be flatten. Flatten one level. That's pretty much what this is. And it takes an array of arrays, loops over the arrays, and then that's it. And so we flatten one level. Very ugly function name, but it's supposed to do the job. So everywhere we use serial now, we could actually say parallelize and chunk it into chunks of 5. So this would group those arrays into chunks of 5. Yeah. Yep. Which is nice. So I don't have to change anything. I have another serial somewhere. Here I do a fetch. Here I do a parallel. Where's my other serial? Here. So this is like creating the asynchronous functions, and then here I have to do a parallel call as well. This is the most important parallel call. We could probably do 10 requests at the same time. I think our API supports 10. This will be so much faster now, I think. Let's see. And it broke. Slice is not defined. Where? Oh. Okay, they created all these fancy fucking helper functions instead of using the default ones. Look how much faster it is! It's doing way more requests at once! This is not looking much faster. But I see some requests going on. I cannot find the APIs you're using. Are they also on the API docs? No. That's the problem. That's the problem. These are super unwell documented APIs. If you want to Google them, you can search for LCU. These are the APIs that are used directly by this client, like by the actual game client, and you can only hit localhost. And the port changes every time you log in. This is not much faster. Let's do more requests. I'm not seeing much results here. If we're doing 125 requests, should I put the fetch row of 125? 100 requests. Let's do 50. This should go much faster. Let's do a summoner map for every summoner that we found. We don't use I. We do a request to here. Well, we return a asynchronous function. So a function that returns a promise, and then inside there we're doing a get request, and then we return, eventually we return this. But 50 should be a lot faster. Why is it only doing like 5? What? Don't flood their API. No. This is... Well, maybe. Chicago, how's it going? I don't even see a rate limit on their headers, actually, but... Why is it only doing so little requests? We should be doing 50. They always have a rate limit. Yeah, of course. But I mean, 50 is quite a lot, actually. But I haven't been rate limited yet. I don't know. It's not doing 50 requests, though. It's kind of weird. Let's test our parallel function. I don't know why I keep calling it main too. Let's test this function. So we have a bunch of jobs. It's an array of functions that each do create a quick function. Promise with delay is delay, and then new promise resolve. They all resolve. Set timeout. Delay. And then it resolves with a number. Resolve. Okay, let's not call it resolve. Let's call it result. Cool. Okay. Let's do one. This one is 500 milliseconds. And then we have another one with 2. And then 10 seconds. And now, you know what? This is also a lot of work. So let's create a bunch of these jobs Let's create 100 of these jobs. Let's create 100 of these jobs. Array 100 fill. Is that how it works? No. Array with hundreds numbers JavaScript. Fuck that. Whoa! Awesome. This is cool. Perfect. Cool. We've got 0 to 100. And then we do a map. And then we do a math random. That's what we're gonna do. Beautiful. Man. We've got 100 jobs for every number. For every index, let's call it that. For every index, we're gonna do a delay, which is math.random times 100 times how do I make this the best random possible based on I? Or is this... No, this should probably be good enough, right? 10, like this. Sure. This is gonna be... Maybe this is a bit too much. This is probably fast enough. Okay, and then we return a promise with delay. No, a function that returns a promise with delay. And then the result is I. And then the delay. Beautiful. Man, look at that. So let's console log this. Because now we have a bunch of functions. And let's just run the functions. So jobs.map job, call the job. And then we do promise.all. And then we console log promise.all. This is not using our function yet, but it's... Wait, where is my ending? Okay. Boom, beautiful. Look at that. It all resulted fine. It just took a bit longer. So let's console log that too. Console log started promise. And then for I, or result. And then when it finished, we console log that we're done. Finished, promise, result. Beautiful. So as you can see, they all finish random at random times. They start all at the same time. All 100 of them start at the same time. And they finish at random times. But in the end, we all wait for them to finish, and then we get the promise back in the right order. Cool, that's cool, but that's not what we care about. So instead of creating the promise already, let's first see if our chunk works. So instead of doing a map here, let's just take our jobs as this random fucking number sequence. And then we do a chunk on them. So it is created what? Oh. Oh, wait a minute. I thought chunk was different. Okay. I'm looking for something else. I want 5 groups. This makes sense why if I do it, if I use a higher number, it doesn't actually change. Because if I make the groups bigger, it's gonna do like still everything sequential. So if I did this 50, I would get 2 groups. And then those 2 groups would be like, you know, those 2 groups would just be chilling. So what I really need is group arrays by, okay, by n amount. Seven two. Max length. I don't want to know the chunk size. I mean I can write it by myself, but I hate writing and doing things that have already been, you know. Lodash chunk. This is like my lazy ass brain. Compact? No. From pairs? No. Intersection? No. Nope. Union? No. That's just combining two. It's zip! Is it zip? No. Is there no such a thing? Flat map? Creates a flattened array, returning each item in collection through its read. Don't know what that is. Group by. Partition, that's what I need. Thanks, chat. This is what I needed. Partition. Split into 2 groups. Array partition. I don't know what I clicked on, but I never want to look at that again. People are gonna be super mean to me now for Googling something. See, this is what I need. I need partition, not chunk. This is why you could have told me this, chat. Partition. I actually wanted page transition event. Yes. Array. All right, size. Here we go, partition. We do a group by. All right, Lodash, GitHub, steal group by. It's crazy. It's crazy how good I am with just stealing shit. This one's probably gonna be harder to steal. Oh no, they're just using reduce. Look at that. Creates an object composed of keys generated from the result of running each element of collection through iterate. Iterate value. So what they do is they reduce and they create an object from the items. What did they use the size for? Okay, I'm just gonna build this. Array.reduce. Kind of weird, but okay. So they have some object, and then they have the item, and then the index. Okay. And then we're gonna start with an object. And then we're gonna return the object that values from that. That is supposed to be the partition. So, okay. And then we call in this thing, we do object. And then we first do the key. What are we building here? The key. Yeah, the key is the iteration. So the key is going to be the math.floor. Math.floor. I divided by size. And then we're going to do object.key. And then we're going to say his item, I think. Oh no, it's going to be an array. It's going to be if object.key array is array. Or is not an array. Then we're going to say object.key is an empty array. And then we're going to say object.key .push this item onto the stack, onto this array. And then we say object. I think. I don't know what this is. I really don't know what this is. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's just doing some crazy shit. That's fine. Okay, group by. We've done that. And then we do values. Okay, I think this is it. We've created partition from scratch. Let's see if it works. So now this should create 50 chunks of X amount of items. Let's say 2. Let's save it before. It's still doing it wrong. It's still creating groups of 2, which is exactly what... This is exactly what chunk did. This is exactly what chunk did. Partition 3. It created 3 by 3. How am I supposed to know what it is? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Run. It created 5 arrays again. Okay, you know what? Let me just do a very ugly approach to this. Okay, this one is very easy. What we're going to do is we're going to say the array. We're going to create an array of the size that we're giving it. And then we're going to fill up. Wait, what do we do here? How to get like random shit? 100 array from. Array from Okay, so this gives me an array with X n amount of items, right? So if I say 50 slots, this will give me 50 undefined. So for every single one of those, I want to reduce. And then it's going to be a very ugly one, chat. Watch me go. Return. Let I need to pick the modulo of the size. So what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna build an array, right? Of 50 arrays. And then I'm gonna have... Don't I just map? And then push? I think map is fine. No. Okay, this is the result. It's just this, right? Array 50. I mean, we need to push things into this. Map. So it's gonna be 50 empty arrays. That's what we want. And then the array, we're going to loop over them for each value and index. We're going to do a res index modulo the size equals value. And then we return res. I think this is how it should be. Because modulo says it's not going over this number, right? So then it goes back to 0, 1, 2, 3. So let's say partition 5, right? I have no idea if this is gonna work, but maybe I'm big brain, maybe I'm not. Maybe I think I'm pretty much small brain, but we have an array of 50 sequential items. And we want to chunk them into 5 chunks. Right? Okay, let's see what it looks like. Maybe I'm big brain, maybe I'm small brain. This is not correct. Oh, I need to push. Huh? Do we have 5 arrays? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I don't know what this function is, because maybe I don't know what... Maybe partition is not the one. But let's see if partition is the one. Lodash. Let's see if we were to call this, do we get the same result? Oh, you have to pass a function in partition. Wow. I can't clear. Partition n modulo 5. No, this is not correct. Well, okay, we've built something random then. I don't know what this is. Group in chunk. Group in chunk. Let's go. That's what it is. All right, group in chunk. If I make this 2, it's gonna make 2 groups of each. Jobs dot map. Job dot list is list.length. Each of them should be 50. 50, 50. Look at that. And if we now change this to 5, each should be 20. 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. Because the list is 5. We're dividing the list of 100 into 5 groups. Wait, isn't that what we need to do? Maybe it's doing that right now, but isn't that just what we need to do? Is divide the total amount of items by 5, and then we know how many can be in one bucket. Oh well, doesn't matter. Anyways, this works. Whatever. Okay, group in chunks works. So instead of doing parallel like that, we need to, instead of doing chunk, we need to do this. Beautiful. So now if we do this, what is it gonna do? Bathroom, promise with delays. These are the jobs that we need to do. And then if we parallel call this, that's what we're gonna test, right? We're gonna call parallel onto the jobs, and we're gonna do in group. We're gonna do 5 in parallel, which means and we do still have the console logs, yeah. So there's gonna be 5 promises done at once, or we can do 20, and then it's gonna be 5 in each, and then the result is gonna be perfect. Is this correct? Yeah, so 0 to 19. So it did 20 requests at once. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then it continued doing its own chunk of work in like sequential, and then it resulted into this. That's great. So this parallel function is now working, which means that we're gonna rate limit ourselves. Let's go. How many async main functions do I have now? What the fuck? Okay, this is not what I need anymore. I think this is my old one from yesterday. Okay, so we have result here, but we want to speed this up. So parallel is now doing 25 requests at once. Let's make this 10. So we don't rate limit ourselves. Let's see how much faster it is now. That's so much faster. 10 requests at once. It's looking a lot slower now, but it's doing 10 requests that are waiting for each other, and the response time is about the same. So here it looked very fast. So here it spawned like 10 match list requests. But now it's like still waiting, like every group, like all the 10 groups are waiting in their own groups. I wonder if we can do more requests at once, but it's 125. Around 125, I think. But these match history requests are so much slower. Oh, how many? Wait, we need to list how many we have, because I am confused. Console log, summoner, match, summoners to fetch match histories for. In the meantime, let's just wait until it's doing all the requests. The rate limit for personal keys is by design very limited, 20 requests every 1 second. I don't know what the rate limit is, because this is their client. This is the like the. Oh, here we go. These are all the... These are all the users that are older than a year or have no match history recorded. So let's take a look at one of these records to see if they actually don't have a match history. That's correct. Could not find any matches. Chemodaptyl. Could not find any matches. This is Katie's old account. It's funny because it's a lot of names I already know. These are actually friends. And then there's a bunch of people that I don't know. This is an old viewer. This is CG Lawbox. Has CG Lawbox not played League in so long? Yeah, 2018. Chagas League? Yeah, it's very old account. He's level 9. Very old account. But the funny thing is, most of these names are people I actually know. This is my old account. This is like one of my Smurfs. This is Mark from Chaos TV. This is Roman from Chaos TV. Or like Roman from, you know. This is Syndra's account. This is Duncan. This is Tusa's band account, I think. This is from Chaos TV. This is one of my old school friends. This is from Chaos TV. I don't know who this... I can't remember who this is, but this is an old viewer. Big Senka is one of my Twitch friends. This is, I think, Katie's account. Hoft. I don't know who that is. Evil Trick is a streamer. This is from Chaos TV. This is... I think... I don't know who this is. This is Blocky. This is actually Blocky from the chat. He was here just now. This is Lisa. This is Wouter. This is one of my IRL friends. This is from Chaos TV. This is an old viewer. This is an old viewer. This is from my high school as well. Or from uni. This is from uni. This is also from Chaos TV. This is an old viewer. This is Payday streamer friend. This is Kiara real life friend or like old friend. I don't know. This is probably a viewer. This is an old viewer. So like most of these people I actually still know. Wait, Zero hasn't played since 2019. What the my bot is working. Press R for hugs. I don't know who this is. Does he have a note? Lone Wonder. Wait, Lone Wonder was also like a viewer. It was like a girl viewer. I think she had like a very hot picture. So I was obviously like, hell yeah. Tiabor was an IRL high school friend. KLN Solo Mid, I don't know who this is, but I think this was like one of Katie's Smurfs. This is Katie's account. This is Kim. I don't know who this is. I really don't know who this is. But look how little friends I can remove. I hope this would be like... This is an old viewer. This is an old viewer. Like, what am I gonna do? This doesn't help me at all. This doesn't help me at all. Remove them, that's the point. Okay, let's remove the people I actually don't know. This is an old viewer. I don't know who this is. Let's see who this is. I don't know who this is. Okay, but... now we're gonna make another script. Remove.js. And then we're gonna take some arguments. Okay. Friends to remove. Because in the end, I still need to pick the friends that I want to remove. I don't want to remove them all. Or what I could do is I could make a list of people in here that I know are that I never want to ban. So I can make an excluded list. But then maybe someone shows up in there that I don't want to remove either. So you always need to do a dry run, kind of. Okay, I'm not going to manually fucking make this list. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to write a script and then console log it and then copy paste it. So I just want the first element and then give me the first element. Like, I'm not going to be... Oh my god, Windows, why are you so terrible? I don't know any of the hotkeys. It's horrible. Okay. Node remove. Oh, source remove.js. I need to save. This is a very ugly list. Wait, you know what? Fuck this. Wait, why is there still names right after each other? Oh my god. There's still manual work. This is horrible. Okay, cool. Now we're just gonna do this. Done. Cool. Nice. Okay, we've got the excluded list. Okay. We're gonna yoink some of these helpers from here. We're gonna just yoink all the helpers we have, except for the main function. Boom. Just fucking yoink them in here. Okay, boom. Okay. The friends that we want to remove... Isn't there like NodeJS confirm? NodeJS confirm. Dialog. Can't you make like I remember in Ruby you could write like shell scripts that like shell type NodeJS. Did you make the whole thing work? Guess that's a no. Good luck, dude. Good night. Yo, good night, cat. I made it work, yeah. I mean, I fetched all the users that are older than a year, and these are all the people. So I need to remove the people that I actually want to remove. I don't know Kaio that well, so let's remove him. Who is Leon? Is that Cheese? Nope. Later. This is an old person that I remember. This is like one of my first League of Legends viewers. Who is this? This is Devin. He was also in the stream. I think he might actually have a cat drawing even. One jungler boy. Who is one jungler boy? Okay, later. Isn't Alcoholic Puppy banned? Why is Two's not playing on his account anymore? Let's ask him. Two's, what happened to the League account? It's still in my friends list. Should I remove it? This is a real life friend. This is an old friend. I don't know who this is. Twitch. Doesn't have a note, so later. I don't think I play with this account anymore. Bloomcool is also old viewer. Jupajam. This is Jupajam. We can't delete Jupajam. Hey, who's this? Don't know who this is. Who's Hoft? Don't know who that is. Deleting. Evil Tricks. Mister's Golf GF. Isn't this like Katie's account? Smurf thing? Wait, let me ask her. So how's it going? I got it working. I don't have it automatically deleted yet, but you know, we've got the list of people that are that haven't played a year, like a year old. Do you still play on this account? We have Mr. BF. Mr.'s girlfriend? Yeah, I don't know. This is Blocky. This is Lisa. This is Wouter. Wouter doesn't really play anymore, but whatever. Who the fuck is Beer Bertus? Okay, later. I know Freeze Green is an old viewer. Should I keep him for nostalgia? I don't think I'm going to see him ever. But you know, King Mizzen. It's like a guy, another uni guy. It's literally what I called it because I couldn't remember his real name. I met this guy on like when uni started, like the intro week. I don't think I'm going to talk to him ever again. But it's kind of cool to have him, right? I have Chaos TV Smuggy and I have this Smuggy. Which one is higher level? Chaos TV Smuggy is higher level. So let's remove the Smuggy. You made all of this to delete 3 friends. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Because I know this guy because he was in the Minecraft thing. But I'm never going to talk to him ever again. I made this so in the future I could actually make the threshold lower and have a list of, I don't know, half a year, for example. Phase Elves, also a very old viewer. Yeah, CG Lawbox just does not play League anymore, apparently. I remember this is an old viewer too. But this one doesn't have a nickname, so then I don't know their IGN. I don't know who this is. Maybe this is a pro, old pro or something. Zero is still in the stream too. Lone Wonder. Wolfie, who is Lone Wonder? It was like a girl, right? It was like a girl with a hot profile picture, and I just wanted to hit on her, but you know, I was like scared back in the day. I'm still scared. Who am I kidding? How do you even know him? Dude, you don't know? Okay, funny story, chat. Funny story. Before Spazzy tweeted out my stream, I was doing Arma streams in Dutch, and Lawbox would actually join my stream and ask me if I wanted to join their Mumble server, because I thought I would be a good fit for CG. So before Spazzy even like tweeted out or whatever, Lawbugs wanted me to join their Mumble. But I never did. So I was playing Arma and I was just having a bunch of viewers in Dutch, and then he actually messaged me in the chat asking, "Hey, would you like to join us on the Mumble sometime?" I was confusing it with someone else. Thinking for a Hotspro? Oh. No. Press R for hugs. Lone Wonder. I don't think I'm ever gonna play with her or see her again. Lone Wonder, if you're hearing this, I would marry you to death, but I don't know who you are anymore. This is Tom. Twos. Wait, this is Twos' account too. Twos, how many accounts do you have? Permaband. Trigger permaband, remove it. You can also remove Teobor if you have that account. I don't want to talk about it. What the fuck? Okay, so Twos needs to be off the list on 2 accounts. Sick. Let me also message Katie about this account. Also, this account. Okay. Kim, do you think... Wolfie, do you think Kim will ever play League? Do you think she will ever play League again? Kim has a new account. Oh. What's up, Maui? How's it going? Nice wig, bro. Thanks. Okay. Bye, Kim. Urgod's dad. I don't know who Urgod's dad is. Raven player. This is actually a year old. It doesn't have a name, so bye. Unless her Riot ID is Yui. Doesn't even exist. And this is Ruben. So the excluded list is now perfect. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna try and delete all of them without actually making the request. So I'm first gonna try and delete one. So let's make a function called delete friend. Friend name. Maybe I don't need the friend name. Maybe I need the summoner ID or something. And then we did this for nothing, but not entirely. Where is the documentation? This one. Delete. Lol chat. Delete convers. You can delete conversations, but it's probably closed the. I don't know actually. What? Friends here. Friends ID. I just need the friend ID. Okay. Delete friend. Friend ID. Okay. You know. Okay. You know what? Let's modulize this. Fuck it. Class is called friend. Friend service. Constructor. I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but let's delete friend ID. Friend entity service. Delete is going to do... Why is it on fucking 4 spaces again? Does it every time. Okay. Async delete function. And we're going to do a... Instead of a get request here, we're going to just copy paste this. Delete endpoint. Method is delete. And the rest is all the same. Super verbose, but it's what it is. Fuck. I cannot call this delete because delete is already something. Okay, here we go. This is what we're gonna do. Delete return API dot. Wait, I completely forgot how to call a static. Oh yeah, it's like this. Delete, and then it is this endpoint. Boom. Friend ID. But because we're talking about friends anyways, we can just call this ID. That's all we're gonna do. And then we can have a friend service that has delete that takes a friend identity service. Why do I do it so complicated? Delete and then IDs. And then we just loop over the IDs. Okay. Okay, this might be good enough. This might be good enough. Friend entity service. And then we do friend. Okay, async. I don't know why all of a sudden I want to use classes now. It's just out of nowhere, really. Delete ID. Let's loop over all the people I want to delete, which is coming from this file. That's why I wanted to make a class, because here we have all the summoners that we want to delete. And we need to filter out the excluded list, so let's do that. Let's just yoink this one in. This file is full with like random functions, but you know what? I don't give a fuck. You have off tomorrow or what? No. I'm just almost done. Get the excluded list. It's not an excluded list. It's just like VIP never delete this list. See you, Wolfie. Okay, so we're getting to friends. Here we are. We've done everything. We've fetched all the match histories. Maybe we can do more requests than 10. 15 requests in parallel, because speed things up a little bit. Okay, so here we have filtered all of the... These are all of the people that... These are all the summoners that are basically expired. They're older than a year, or they don't have a match history. And then for every summoner, we want to check if the summoner .display... Fuck, what was it before? Display name? Display name. Summoner.display name is not included in this list. So VIPs never delete this list. Includes, or let's lowercase them all. To lowercase. Includes to lowercase. You know what? Let's just call it to lowercase here. Just so that I don't have like random case problems. Sure. Check if the VIP list includes the summoner's display name. If not, includes. Cool, okay. So now we have only the people. Also, I want to fucking cache the shit out of this because this is like taking way too long. So what I want to do is I want to write this to file. The result of this is like very good. I want to write that to file so I don't have to do this those shit again. So let's do that real quick. Let's get file system from require fs dot promises, and let's also get path from path. Normally I would split this up into multiple files, but you know, I am very lazy and I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with this code later. So let's make a folder called cache. And let's make a random class that is called cache service. Wow, what a beautiful name. And then it's gonna take a path or a file name, and then we're gonna store that file name. And we're gonna make a function called getPath, which is just giving the path back, which is path dot resolve, and then it's like dir name, and then it's like dot dot, and then it's hash, or I can do this. Oh, actually, this is better because now I don't have to work with this fucking Windows shit because I hate Windows. Path of resolve, and the path is just the path. So then I can do a slash. Oh, I need to do a. Oh fuck. I think path does not work with a file name. If I do const path equals require path, and I do path dot resolve dir name, what do I get? Dir name is not defined. Beautiful. Dot. And then if I do cache, it does the slash slash. But then if I do like a file name after this, like bobross.txt. Oh, sweet. So now I can just do this.filename here. And then maybe .txt. Actually, the file name should include the. Okay, let's make a write contents. Get read. So let's JSON stringify the contents before you write to file. So let's write file. Which is going to be the path. So that is this dot get path. And then the data. JSON dot stringify. Because we're just gonna dump like a array blob in there. Contents. Type of contents. Okay. Const content string is type of contents equals string, then just use yourself. Otherwise, JSON stringify, which works 90% of the time. Beautiful. What else can I pass? Options, UTF-8. UTF-8. Okay, cool. Right, contents, cool. Read. Return fs read file this.contents is null if so let's do a read raw and a normal read, which is cached. If this.contents return promise.resolve this.contents, otherwise return read file get path, and then JSON dot what's the other one? Decode. JSON, you have stringify and you have parse. Async wait fs and then JSON, yeah. JSON parse. This could go wrong in so many ways, which is fine. This is fine. This can go wrong. This can go wrong. It's okay though. All good. Oh, we also need to set it. Result equals this dot contents equals res return res. Cool. Now we can make a new cache and we can write it to a file. So after this has happened, oh, this is gonna be so bad. I love it. Let's do it. If, and then huge fucking if statement until about here. Man, I wish I wrote this correctly from the start, but I don't really care too much. Let's make a cache. This is gonna be the summoners cache. New cache. And the file name is gonna be summoners.txt. If summoners cache.read await oh god. Yeah, so this file could not exist, right? Could be that the file does not exist. So let's first do this. If no response, return. Oh, this will reject them. Fuck. I try. Catch. Let res. Okay, so this could blow up And just be like, I cannot read this file, it doesn't exist. And then it's like, okay, that's fine. Let's just return null. Because then when it's null, it's also fine. Okay. And we just set res to this. Otherwise we return null. Then we say res is JSON stringify, so JSON parse, which could also go wrong, but I really don't care. This is ugly as fuck, but that's fine. Or I could just wrap all of this in a try catch. So that if anything goes wrong, just return null. And then I can also move this in here, const res, JSON parse. If anything somewhere here goes wrong, just return null and just go through everything. This dot contents equals res, return res. Get rid of that. Okay. Cool. Beautiful. Awesome. Okay. So here we do a read from the cache. This will check if it's in cache already. Because if we do multiple reads, it's actually always going to read from the file. But if we do another read, then it would read it from cache. But that's fine. If there is summoner match histories, if there's none, then do all this shit. Fetch all the fucking users. Otherwise, yeah. Why is this wrong? Oh, I was missing a parenthesis there. Okay, then. Okay, let's see what this result is first. It's gonna take quite a bit of time, but let's see if it actually writes the file. Let's actually first run that and see if the cache works. Summoners cache dot read. Let's see what that console logs. It should console log null. Type error. To lowercase. Oh. See? Okay. No. Okay, that's good. That's what we wanted. Cool, cool. But now if we write first, await summoners cache dot write. Yo ho oh. Bob Ross. Okay, this should now stringify and write this to cache. Easy. And then when we read it, it was all fine again. So we know that this is working. Cool. Okay. Good to know. Let's run the fucking file now. Oh, broken. Summoners with a filter is not a function. Wait, but this is like, if not. Why is it skipping all this? Oh, it's not awaiting. Here we go! Oh, something went wrong. Length of null. Oops. This is supposed to be this one. Here we go. Fetch all the users. And we're doing 15 requests per queue. We're doing 15 requests in parallel for fetching the match history. So let's just leave this rolling. I'm going to grab myself a little drink. It's almost bedtime, but I'm so close. Yo, Epic Penguin, how's it going, dude? Long time no see. All right, we grab some water while we wait for this to finish. VIP, never delete this list. We're so close to finishing this though. All right, let's start copy pasting some of the delete logic that we had. It's nothing, but League friend service. Const League friend service. New League friend service. Look at that. These are all the summoners I'm going to delete. And now we've written it to cache too. Oh fuck, I forgot to wrote to cache here. Fuck. Summoner cache dot write. God damn it. Fuck. We just did all these requests and we forgot to write them to cache. Okay, let's do this again. Alright, we created a League friend service, but we're not using it. What version of Visual Studio is this, by the way? I don't know. This is VS Code. So it's not Visual Studio. Well, it's Visual Studio Code, but you also have just normal Visual Studio IDE, right? So I'm using Visual Studio Code. Not just Visual Studio. Because this is the IDE and this is just chilling. Okay. Alright. Let's wait until for that to finish. We've written it to cache now, so it should write to file. So we don't have to fetch all this shit again. If everything is okay. It is going a lot faster though. With the 15 requests per group. 15 groups. So 125, around 125. 125 friends divided by 15 is around 8 per group to finish. So we run 15 requests in parallel. There's people going to be in the YouTube comments that are gonna be like, holy shit, boy, you wrote such shit code. Like, how can you do this? Why don't you just split it into multiple files? And I'm like regretting that I didn't do that. Because also, it also shows a little bit better for you guys too. All right, summoners.txt, look at this. We've had it written in cache. So now if I run this again, it would just be instant. It just reads from file and it's like so much faster. Beautiful. Okay, so let's create a map of all the users I am going to be deleting. Let's do map summoner and then summoner dot display name. So we're going to be deleting all of these. I didn't even see this one. This is our final check if we want to remove, if we want to keep any of these people. Who is this guy? Wait, this is not correct. How did this guy end up on the list? What? I was already surprised. I didn't see him before. How did this guy end up on the list? This guy literally played like a month ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago. What? If he does not have a match history, maybe it's because we don't do proper error handling. That's a bit scary. Okay, let's delete the cache. That's a bit scary, but I checked most of these people at least, and the list seems correct. Let's lower this a little bit. If it fails, I want to see the error. Failed request. Actually, if it now reads from files of past requests, does it ever check back again if the match history changed? Oh, bad request. Why does it say bad request? Interesting. This is probably the user that we were talking about just now. What user is this? Bad request for Smuggy. Oh yeah, there was users. Yeah, okay. There was users that didn't have a match history, so then it says bad request for some of them. Yeah, I remember now. That's what we fall back. Which is so weird. Puta also didn't have match history. These accounts are from way back, and so these accounts don't have a match history. So far, the other guy has not showed up yet. If it now reads from file of past requests, does it ever check back again if the match history changed? No, I think we just delete it. I mean, if those users are in this list, I think we can just, I don't know how long we should keep the cache, but for now, I'm just going to cache it because I don't want to do the requests again. Payday's never played. Wells failed. This is a very old league account. Yeah, so if it's basically bad request, that's fine. So if it's error bad request, then it's okay. But if it was like a random user showing up with a different error, that is different, I think. Yeah, so the people I'm fetching now are just the summoners that are offline, because I feel like when a user is online, they're mostly active people. So I'm only scrolling through users that are offline in my friend list. Yeah, so this list is different. This is the list that I just had before. Okay, so if I increase and I get errors because of rate limiting, let's say I move this to 50 requests, like 25 requests per queue. This is the correct list to delete. This makes sense. This is the inactive friends, but they are not in this list, the VIP never delete list, which is like people I know IRL. This one can be deleted though. That's what Katie said. And also, wait, this guy also needs to be deleted, I think. I also don't know who this is. I think this is also very old. Yeah, I don't know this guy. I love ads. Very old viewer. I don't know if I should delete him. Maybe I should. Okay. So if we increase to 25. Okay, so now let's see if we can delete those users. Let's see if we can delete them. So list to delete. Summoners to delete. So now we have a list of summoners to delete. And now we need to loop over them. Delete jobs is summoners to delete. For every summoner, we need to get... In order to delete, we needed their friend, their ID. Which sucks because I think that friend ID is not something I stored. So we need to pass that along. Yeah, so I didn't do that. Let's do that. So I need to rebuild the summoner cache. So for every friend, we need to response, await the response. And then we do a return the response. And then we add a friend property on it, which is the friend. Yo, good night, Nigel. Thanks so much for stopping by. Okay, so now we get back the entire summoner. So this is the summoner. So the summoner, and then we include the friend in that. And then we also include the match history on that. And then we have here, we have the friend. And so for the summoner, we can create delete requests for this League Friend service. Dot delete. And then summoner dot friend dot ID. If I remember correctly, we had the ID of the friend in there. Console log offline friends first. Okay, let's run this and then immediately stop just to see. Oh, stop. It's going so fast. Clear. Boom. Cute dog, Nadine. ID, yeah. So ID. Ooh, is this the actual ID? Hope this is the correct ID. Maybe I need to pass summoner ID though. If it's summoner ID, it's fine because I have that on the summoner. If it's this ID, let's just see. Oh, I don't want to delete Nadine. So let's not try it with that. Let's try and delete one of those users that we've had. So let's just rebuild the cache. The file cache. So let's write to cache. And then those deleted jobs I don't really care about. Did it say friend ID? It did say friend ID. It said just ID. And it's an integer, so I suppose it's actually summoner ID. Should we just try it with that? I mean, we have the whole friend now too, it's fine. Let's just write to cache and then see what happens. I think it should start failing a lot more now though. Because we're doing more requests now. I think I set it to 25. Goes to Ruben, Smuggy. These are still the same users. If we see a different list show up, we can just look back. I don't think it's looking for imaginary mail address. The thing is, it says integer, which means it's a number. And like this ID is not a number. This ID is just an actual string. So it's text. This is the only thing that's a number. Add request still. These are all the users that we already knew about. Who the fuck is this? I think this is a random name. This is also serving a bad request. This is somebody I don't know. This is probably someone that is still active. He is silver. He is silver, but I cannot actually fetch their match history. It's a mail address? No, it's not a mail address. It's like the ID for when you connect to the chat, basically. That's like the address. I think there's a lot more people going to be in this cache. Yeah, so it was just slow fetching. And it also gives a bad request. So we really need to slow down our fetching. For sure. 25 is like way too much. There's a way too high error rate on this one. Because it could also give a bad gateway error if it just like times out or like you just hit the rate limit or the server just cannot keep up. Okay, let's take a look at our users now. Let's only map out their fucking usernames again. This person, for example, wasn't in the list before. This guy wasn't either. Yeah, this is 2020. So if we do too many requests, we're going to fuck ourselves over. I think 10 was good enough. 10 requests. I think somebody said 20 requests per minute. So maybe we just add some rate limiting, but let's just be easy. It doesn't really matter how long, how fast, or how slow the initial request was, as long as it's guaranteed. This match history one takes the longest, so. When the error rate go down once your list is slimmed? I mean, not really. Yeah, I mean, the error rate will go down, yes. But like the errors that we're getting now are just like random people that League of Legends, as if you were using the client, you were trying to fetch like so much match history and it sometimes doesn't work. That's basically what's happening here. The shitty thing is though, is that it doesn't differentiate like users that don't have a match history versus like false positives. So the only way to filter out those is like do another call and validate your cached list, just to validate that you're not deleting users that are actually active. Definitely a lot slower, that's for sure. All right, then all we need to do is we need to create some delete jobs. So it's summoners to delete. We take every summoner and we take their summoner ID. And then we do result equals let's only delete 2 of those users. So let's say slice 0 to 2. The first 2, we map them. We take every summoner and we do console log summoner display name. And then we say deleting summoner and then the summoner name. So we say take the first 2, then we say console log for every single summoner. So of the 2, we say deleting the summoner and then the display name, and then we actually delete it. And then we say await parallel delete jobs. We run them in parallel by 5. Even though there's only 2 elements. And then we say result, console log result. Let's see this list. Let's see this list. Oh boy, this is somebody that I should definitely not delete. This is like Erwin Smurf. And we were doing so little requests too. Okay, I am 100% sure that we need to do 2 requests to validate. For sure. Because like this list is like random, so random. There's a lot of consistent ones, but we need to like maybe do 3 checks. Oh boy, this list is not good. Anyways, yeah, let's not delete this list yet. Let's not do that. Let's first oof. Who is this? This is last year. Okay, that's good. I don't think I've seen that guy before in the list. Man, this is so unreliable. Holy shit. Let's just do this in serial then. Because honestly, I don't trust. Like, do one call at a time. 125 calls. Just see if it like turns out that the list is like correct now. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, but we want to do summoner display name, and I also want summoner ID. I feel like it might be easier to do the whole thing in reverse, like check if they played a game and anyone who gets on the save list. Maybe. I mean, honestly, if I just split up the code, this would have been a lot easier to do. But I did not make this a lot easier to do. The summoners and friends are not the problem. The match history is the one that fails the most. And I mean, we've seen it in the client as well, where you just click on match history and it just like doesn't load. We have to go through 234 match histories. Because it's also night now, so a lot of people are offline. This is correct. 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 So we're doing one request at a time now. So sequentially. So one request done, then the next one is queued. Then the next one is queued. So after one after another, which is a lot slower than doing 5 requests at the same time. But it might make sure that we're not getting like random errors from friend requests. Like from doing requests. But I think you might be right, yeah. Yeah, it could put me close to the rate limit. That's what I'm thinking. I think I just need to implement some like leaky bucket strategy where the promise just waits until a slot is freed up, so that we could do like infinite amount. So basically, it just takes care of the queuing and it just does the max. I just don't know what the leaky bucket values are for this API. But if it's the same as the rest, that is like 20 requests per minute, then it would just be 20 slots in a minute. This is a name I've never seen before, I think. I think this might be a false positive again. No. He has played TFT. But I don't care. I want to delete people that only play TFT, I think. Unless this is somebody that I don't know this person. So that's another thing. We're obviously deleting people that are just playing League. You store a cache for a few weeks. I mean, for now, just a day is good enough. I mean, it's just like I want to create a list, and then I want to, like, for now I use cache, but I don't think I'm gonna use cache when I'm actually gonna build the tool. It's just I don't want to like use the thing every time. This seems, I think, more reliable, this list. 2019 is correct. I don't know who this person is. Nope. This so far, I think, is the most reliable list. This one we already checked. This one we already checked. One jungler boy. (2018). If you're not the one looking at certain active summoner, the bot might still not be able to retrieve the match history if people look at the summoner at the same time. True. True. The shitty thing is the API doesn't tell me when I'm rate limited. So, and the weird thing is also for some people, you just cannot like get their match history, and it will just always error out. So for this user, it's just like it always errors out, because this is like such an old user that has always this person never had match history pretty much. So this one will always give bad gateway error. But for some users, you just get a bad gateway error because the server just like you're rate limited or the server timed out or anything. So I think we basically need to do a 3-pass where we do 3 times go through the list and just verify. What is the list that we're like guaranteed to be successful? And that can take like a couple minutes for that to be compiled. The funny thing is on the summoner or on the friend, there is a field that says last active, but that field is for everybody just like empty. And I was like, if we had that field, we could already filter by last logged in and then have a list compiled, and then you have a super tiny list of people that have just last logged in like a year ago or like before that, and then you can compile based on that whether they were active or not. But unfortunately, that doesn't exist. Riot Games just didn't populate that field, unfortunately. Oh, it's already so late. I really need to go to bed because I've got to work tomorrow. But this list looks good. Let's delete this list. So we've got a summoner text now. This is the list of all the summoners that are currently offline. And then let's delete this list. And let's not do this in parallel. Let's do this serial. And are we logging delete requests? This fucking file is so huge. It's so terrible. I love it. Okay. Okay, we're deleting and then... Okay, so let me find a user that we're deleting. Like this guy. He's in here now. He's gonna be deleted, okay? He's going to be deleted. He's here now. If I run this again... I didn't save. I was like, why is it console log is something that I didn't ask for? Oh, it is this one. It didn't save the file. Okay, now we can run this. Here we go, chat. This is it. Oh, it broke. Starting delete, and it said something went wrong. I'm not console logging the error. Did it delete anybody? Deleting summoner this guy, and then this one failed. So is Raya's deleted now? No, he's still there. Or maybe this list isn't like updated though. Hold up. Okay, let me see. API delete. Just like files everywhere. It's incredible. All right, we do a delete method. And it was not okay. Let's catch it here. And then rethrow. So if there's an error, we console log delete request failed for endpoint console error E throw E. Let's run this again. 404 not found. 404 not found? Is this not a friend? It is a friend. What? What do you mean 404? What? Okay, hold up. Let's do a GET request. Get to this fucking user. Error refused. Request to HTTP. Oh, I forgot to do a slash. Oh, oops. Hold up. I don't have a catch block here too. I need to do this exact same thing to get as well. Horror 4. This friend could not even be found. Why the fuck do I fetch a user that I cannot even find? Or maybe... So, this documentation says the ID is the integer, but maybe it needs the friend's ID. I think it does need the friend's ID. So instead of like the... Instead of the summoner ID, I think we need the friend ID. I don't know. Let's just see. Invalid JSON. Invalid body at request. Fuck. That also doesn't work. How do I delete someone? Why the fuck is it so hard to we're right at the point where we are done with what we need to do. Now we just need to delete. And now the question is, how the fuck do we do that? Okay, let's console log this summoner again. Before we delete. Just to get a sense of like, what is it? What? What is it failing for? I'm not even doing a request. Wait, what? The get call. Am I doing a get call still? Oh, I thought I was commenting that one out. I have a PUUID, whatever the fuck that means. We've got a summoner ID, which we've tried. Account ID. We need the account ID. I think. Let's try it. Account ID, maybe? Makes sense. The number, too. Four not found. Okay, what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna do a get. Async get ID. Turn get. We're going to fucking get the friend for this ID. Jesus. Is this the API for this? Get friends. Friend requests. Friends. ID, integer. Like what? What would that even be? Instead of a delete, let's do a get request and then just get this results out of this. Deleting summoner to 404. Let's remove this one. I don't need that anymore. I get 404. This is on the first user. On the first user, this one is already 404. So it's not account ID. Summoner ID. Also, that's not it. Okay, so let's get back the summoner again. What kind of ID? What ID does it retrieve for the list? You mean like the list of friends? So for just the get request of all friends, this one? That's just this. So it gets a list of this. Maybe PUUID? That's not a number though. You would say like it's the friend ID. Maybe it's gamer? No. The list you're supposed to delete contains integers behind the names. No, it doesn't. You mean like this list? Yeah, that's what I wrote down myself. So I just logged the display name and the summoner ID. Because I thought that would be relevant, but apparently summon ID is not used for deleting. Let's just use TUUID. I don't think that's useful for them on the API side of things, but you know, who knows? 4444. Are we able to fetch all? Let's see. All. Return, get. We're slowly building a service, but friends. Console log await league friend service dot all. So this is what we get back when we fetch all of them. Wait, what is time? Oh, time is when they're off. The offline is it's like when they're offline, the time is 0. Oh, this is horrible. None of the IDs work. Did you do it with just the name? Maybe? That would be so funny though. That would be so funny. Oh, I just used the wrong thing. Oh, I was... No fucking way. Undefined. Wait, what? What did I fill in? Oh, name. Well, we're on summoner level, so we need to do a friend.name. Four. Whatever you can use for get. I think I've done a get before. What if I do me? What if I do a request to me? We go to this. We go to this. We do a request to me. Return get me. Go all the way down. On top of doing all, we can do a request to me, see what we get for that. Should it be friend summoner name? No, I've added this friend to the summoner instead of the summoner having a friend having a summoner. I just used the summoner as the base because I'm lazy. Okay, this is me. I have a lot more data points here. But still, like, it all comes down to the same thing. This is the only integer, and maybe we need to fetch another endpoint. It's almost 2. Oh, it's almost 2 a.m., man. Lol chat. Chat sessions, chat settings, settings key, and then we're in Clash. Honestly, you know what we can do? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're only going to be deleting 2 users. So what we're going to try and do is we're going to loop. Oh boy. Oh boy. We're going to just get one. We're going to get the first one. And then we're going to do object.entries. And then we're going to say for every key and value, we're going to try, we're basically what we're going to do is we're going to loop over all of the keys that are on the friend. We're just going to try all of them. Friend. So for every key value, we're going to console log the key, checking for key, and then we're going to do the call with the value only, but we're first going to filter because I want to see if the value, if the value is of type string, string or number includes so I only want to check it if the value is a string or a number. I don't want to check it for like objects or null. Is type of null a number? Type of null, object. Type of 0, number. Type of hello, string. Beautiful. Okay, so string or number, if the includes type of value is in this, then only use those. And then we're going to get key and value again. And then we're going to do checking for key. No, we don't call that here. We call it here. When we call the actual, so for the value is going to be get. Oh, this is going to be so weird. Okay, here we go. That's going to be it. And then we're going to call them. But we only do that once for one user. But it instantly fails because we tried offline. Friends offline. Does serial do a promise at all? No. Okay, since we're only doing one request, I'm fine with just calling map and then just doing job. There was also promise.all settled. Okay. That's a lot of requests. That's a lot of requests. That's a lot of keys it went through. Friends 13. Okay, let's remove this console log because it's not very useful. I mean, this is not gonna be good because I could literally just be rate limiting myself. Well, at least it gives me 404, not bad gateway. EU West. I literally searched for friends EU West. 13. Where does 13 even come from? I didn't see that. 404. Rise. I don't get it. Friend 23, August 404. Reality sucks. Four offline, and that's it. I've done all these requests and none of them like did anything. Availability, display group ID, game name, group ID. None of these could delete a user. What the actual fuck? We were so close. The only thing that we needed to do was delete the actual user. What is the summoner here? Okay. Summoner name, Inoid. You have been logged out. Why have I been logged out? Oh. Riot accounts. Your development key has been expired. Oh boy. One sec. As whom does the bot interact with? The summoner.friend? As me. Because it uses my client and I'm logged in as this user. Alright, here we go. Let's try again. Encrypted summoner ID. Inoid. Execute request. Account ID. These IDs look way different. These PUU IDs too. These PUU IDs look way different. Fuckerino, dude. Fuckerino. We're so close. Let's try and delete a user. Let's try and delete this user. Using the PUID from here, just to see. Account ID. Should we try this account ID? I mean, I don't really need this right now. All I need to do is just await league friend service, delete this thing. Console log. What do we get back from this? 4 not found. What about this one? Actually, let's try this ID, because this is the ID, right? I feel like that's not the ID I'm supposed to delete, though. I'm supposed to delete the relationship between me and this friend. Yeah, so I'm not surprised that this doesn't exist. But the list, like this all call, does not give me any relationship ID. It just gives me the list of, like, the list of friends that I have. Oh, you didn't have an account ID retrieved from anyone? The account ID was on the summoner, which is also not really logical, because you can have a friend without, you can be friends without being a summoner, because you're only a summoner when you play League of Legends. So maybe they changed how accounts relate, and maybe this V1 friends delete thing is like deprecated and maybe it doesn't even work anymore. But I don't really see anything else. Player behavior ban, player level up, account verification. Because here they're all referencing like summoner ID and stuff like that. Lol axe? What is this? Accounts? Match list account ID. Wait, this might be it. Maybe I've been just fetching the wrong one. This seems more like it. This is more like league accounts. Because this also allows me to fetch more of the match lists. But this still doesn't give me like the ID of the friend. Yeah, this is how we got the summoner. Is there another account related ID that we could retrieve or try? I don't know. That's what I'm looking at. I really don't know. We've got the friend, we've got the summoner, and we've got the match history. It's insane. You can even like... You can even tell the client to do something. You could be like, hey client, kill the UX. It's insane. You can zoom. You can zoom using an API call. I don't know, bro. Someone should do the trick. I think friends should do the trick. or lol chat? Because lol chat contains friends. See? Friends and friends requests. Session? And see, it's weird because I can fetch all the friends. So if this were to be like, if this were to be REST, right? I can fetch all friends. And then by friend ID, I should be able to find one, like get more details of one friend. But even this doesn't work anymore. Because I don't have this ID. What is this ID? It says integer, but I never got a friend ID. Like, see, this is the list of friends, and this ID is definitely not an integer. Hold up. Maybe they're doing something crazy here. I feel like your recent point is valid since the rework of the client's multiple games displaying across friends, they must have switched to a wider, more distant approach like the account. Yeah, but how do you fetch that? By PUUID. This is the weird thing is that the PUUID is way different. Like, see, this call is like a way different PUID than what I get from like the client. If I make a call to like get my account by PUID, I found my account. I know it EOS. There's no way to interact with any friends. But yeah, let's see. Is this approved already? Pending. So I basically made a request. I made a request for Riot for like a API key. An approved API key. But they haven't like responded yet. I'm just curious to see, maybe they're gonna tell me like, yeah, this is not a good idea right now because we're in the middle of like trying to figure out what we're gonna do with all the accounts. In theory though, I mean, we've gotten far enough that we can generate a list that we can delete manually, because that already saves me a lot of time. Because for me, I can easily just get the list now and just go here and fill in those people and just delete them. That's like way easier than having to go through every single offline user and checking out if the user is active or not. So this is already solving quite a bit of work. Just hoping to see if I can somehow automate all this shit. Was there by Riotity? Yeah. Like game tag, yeah. The weird thing is, Rinse, is that you can do it in the client, and the client is using the API I'm using. So that's this weird API. So unless they recently started migrating away from this thing, then I don't know. But yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna call it a day. It's 2 a.m. I gotta work tomorrow. I already overslept today because I was working until 1 a.m. yesterday on this project. Thanks everybody for joining. If you're watching on YouTube and you enjoy my content, please consider subscribing. And if you want to fiddle around with the League client yourself, be sure to check out the links in the description, because I'll be adding all the resources there. And let's see if we can finish this the next time. Bye bye.